Mr. Beach,
Present.
Mrs. Say, Mr. Nishi,
Present.
Dr. Apodaca,
Here.
Dr. Eugenio,
Here.
Dr. Rios, Mrs. Yu.
Here.
Thank you.
All right, I'd like to report out on closed session items tonight. This evening, we will be discussing the following in closed session. Public employee discipline, dismissal, release, evaluation, one matter. Student discipline, deliberation on one student expulsion matter pursuant to Education Code Section 48918, subsection C, subsection 1. Clerk Nishii, are there any public comments?
I do not see any.
Okay, at this time, I'd like to turn it over to Dr. Apodaca.
Thank you, Mr. President. Due to my family's concern for my mother's deteriorating health, I'm resigning from the board effective immediately. This is not a decision being made lightly. I am thankful for those who have offered me wise counsel during this last year as she continues to progress with this illness. My heart is especially grateful for all of you who have reached out to offer prayer, kind words, and encouragement. It has been an honor and a privilege to serve this district as well as its wonderful people. And so, dear friends, this is not goodbye, but rather so long for now. I leave you with the three most important words you'll hear today. Call your mom. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Dr. Apodaca. And at this point, I'll bring it back to the board. I'd like to say on behalf of myself that I want to thank you for your service to the district. I want to thank you for being a good friend and helping me when I first came on the board. And I will continue to pray for your mom and keep her in my thoughts. And I wish you well, my friend. Would anybody else like to say anything?
Yeah. Well, Chris, I'm
Sue?
really sorry to hear that, but really respect that you're really devoting your efforts to your mom. I'll be keep her in prayer. My mom lives with me, and I know how that is. But I mean, those are time that we cannot exchange. It's priceless. Yeah. God bless you and your mom. Yeah.
Clerk Nishii.
So you'll never regret this decision. It's the right one for you, and you only have one mom. My mom passed, and I don't regret any moment that I spent taking care of her in her last days, and I know you won't. And this world will keep on going. We're gonna miss you, but no, we're gonna miss a lot of your discussions and your thoughts, and your community is going to definitely miss you, and you're irreplaceable. There's no replacing you. There's different, but there's not replacing, and it's just weighing those two things, but it's actually really easy. You've made the right choice, and your mom knows it too. Everybody knows it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ernie. Okay, at this time, I'll entertain a motion to move to closed session.
So moved.
All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes, I guess, 4-0. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, we're coming back from closed session, and we're not officially opening the meeting, but we are coming back for a very special occasion. I'd like to personally be the first one from the board to congratulate Dr. Gina Zietlow on her promotion to superintendent. And I've never seen Twan smile so much as he sits there in the front row. But anyway, Gina's been with us for 29 years, very loyal to ABC. She started here as a teacher, was a principal at my alma mater, Gar High School. She was a supervisor in our human resources and then became assistant superintendent for 6 years. I was on her interview panel. We were all very impressed with her. She was the best candidate, and I'm happy to announce her publicly for the first time, our new superintendent, Dr. Gina Zietlow. We have a lot of special people here tonight, but I do want to announce a few. We have from the City of Hawaiian Gardens, Mayor Pro Tem Victor Farfan and Dandy DePaula. You guys want to come up?
Good evening, Board President, members of the board. My name is Victor Farfan. I'm the Mayor Pro Tem from the City of Hawaiian Gardens, and I'm joined tonight with my esteemed colleague, Mr. Dandy DePaula. On behalf of the City of Hawaiian Gardens, we just wanted to take this opportunity, first of all, to say congratulations. We are very excited about this new partnership, and with that, we wanted to present you with this certificate of recognition. The recognition reads, the City of Hawaiian Gardens wishes to recognize you and your commitment and your dedication to the education of our children. Congratulations on your new role as Superintendent of the ABC Unified School District. We look forward to building a partnership and to working with you. Thank you. And this is signed on behalf of our mayor, who unfortunately could not be here tonight, but we just want to once again say congratulations to Dr. Zietlow.
Thank you.
Next from the City of Artesia, we have Mayor Monica Manalo and City Manager Aldo Schindler. Please come forward.
So Dr. Zietlow, on behalf of the City of Artesia, our City Manager Aldo Schindler, and myself, we want to congratulate you on this amazing ascension to Superintendent. I feel like I've known you forever. We go far back because my daughter was at Gar High School. I feel like I knew you as a young woman, and now here you are, a grown woman, taking on this tremendous responsibility. But you know, you're a product of this community, and as a result, you know this community, and you know what our young people need. You know what the educational, striving is for our district. I'm proud to be a product of the ABC Unified School District, and knowing that folks like you are at the helm, we can't go anywhere but up. So thank you in advance for your dedication, your leadership, and everything I look forward to seeing you do. And on behalf of the City of Artesia, Dr. Gina Zietlow, we present you with this certificate of recognition for all of the work that you have done to achieve this, and we look forward to working with you as superintendent to do great things for the students of this district. And we also brought you a little gift. It's for your desk. It's a paperweight. It's a really cool paperweight because we want that every morning when you go to your desk, you see City of Artesia, and you know we've got your back, Dr. Zietlow. Congratulations.
Thank you, Artesia. Before I turn it over to Dr. Zietlow, I'd like to remind her that she told us she has 10 years left before she wanted to retire, so we're going to try to hold her to that in this position. Right, Doctor? All right, Dr. Zietlow.
Thank you. Board President Beach, our Vice President Say's not here yet, but she'll be coming, I'm sure. Clerk Nishii, and our board members, Mrs. Yu, Dr. Eugenio, Dr. Rios. I really want to thank you for entrusting me with this honor of being Superintendent of ABC Unified. As I continue to lead in ABC, I am thankful for the blessing that this community has been to me. And I look forward to continuing to be a blessing to the students, families, staff, and community that we serve together. It is also fitting that I take this opportunity to thank and recognize those who have been part of my life and professional journey. And so I want to thank first my husband, Steve, for being a wonderful life partner. I don't know if I can, sorry. Man. He has always just said yes. If there was an opportunity and I was going to do or try something different, he would say, yeah, that sounds good, let's do that. And he would just go along for the ride, and sometimes it was hard, but I'm thankful for him and just the way he has chosen to serve me. I'm thankful for my children. Sorry, man, it was hard to write this too. Just for the fact that they've always been open to conversation, discussion. When they were children, when they were teens, they were willing to share ideas over dinner, to disagree, to get mad, to listen. And so I'm just thankful that they're always trying to teach something new, and even before the meeting, sending me funny things to make me laugh. I'm so thankful for our parents. My husband and I have a set of parents that are amazing. They're here, and some are going to watch on YouTube. But Craig and Mickey McGassey, Leo and Deanna Flores, Greg and Donna Zietlow, and Tony and Ed Ware, words do not fully express how you have loved and cared for our family. Your grace, your time with us, with our kids, is a blessing, and we are thankful that you are an important part of our lives. I also have siblings and extended family that are just important. Again, some are here tonight, some are watching on YouTube in other states, but my sister Ellen, my family in Colorado, Robert and Sharon Zietlow, Aaron and Bernice Terpstra in Michigan, Kelly Garcia and Mara, who are here tonight, Mike and Lois Davis. I am thankful for the ways that my life and our family has been shaped and changed because you are part of it. I would be remiss to not thank my professional family as well, which is filling this room. It's hard to believe that when I called over 30 years ago to see if I could student teach at Gar High School and ABC Unified, it's hard to imagine that I would have this many people that I know have very clearly spoken into my life and helped me to be a better teacher, a better leader. And while this is not an exhaustive list, and you can thank me later, these people have played key roles in sharing wisdom, learning, insight, so that I could be a blessing to students every day. And so I'm going to read a list of names, and I apologize, but these people clearly impacted me and are the reason I am sitting here today. Mrs. Tony Ware, Mrs. Deanna Flores, Mrs. Judy Meadows, Dr. Gary Smuts, Dr. Kari Fisher Gibson, Mr. Jim Edwards, Mrs. Sherry Chenard, Miss Filomena Macedo, Dr. Mary Lou Walling, Mr. George Cambites, Miss Susie Collin, Miss Suzanne Warner, Mrs. Ann Griffo, Mrs. Olympia Chen, Dr. Rhonda Buss, Mr. Michael White, Mr. Greg Marshall, Mr. Sergio Garcia, Miss Adria Molina, Dr. Larry Natividad, Mrs. Martha Gardia, Mrs. Dulce Caldwell. And then the heavy hitters started getting a hold of me. Dr. Carol Hansen, Dr. Susan Hickson, Dr. Valencia Mayfield, Dr. Mary Sue, Mr. Ray Gear, Mr. Ruben Mancias, Miss Rebecca Michelle Macias, Mr. Tony Bellardo. And I don't know what I would do without my current team. Mr. Kester Song, the staff in the HR and Superintendent's office, and Mr. Tuan Wen, Dr. Carol Castro, Dr. Ricardo Lois, Miss Melinda Ortiz, Dr. Colin Sprigg, and Mr. Scott Smith. So as you can see, time would not permit me to thank everyone. There are still colleagues, students, families over the years, and you know who you are, who have been part of my journey here in ABC. And I'm thankful for you all. I hope that we all keep learning from one another and finding new ways and better ways to help our students learn and grow each day. As we move forward together as a district, I plan to continue our focus on safety and supports so that all students are prepared for the future they desire and choose. As part of this focus in this coming school year, we'll complete a process to review and update our district mission, vision, goals, so that we can have a strategic plan to meet the needs of our students and families post-pandemic. We are here to help students become young adults ready for the world, and I'm so honored to be part of ABC Unified. Thank you.
At this time, I'd like to call up Dr. Valencia Mayfield to say a few words.
Good evening, Board President Mr. Beach, distinguished members of the Board of Education, and our esteemed Superintendent, Dr. Zietlow. Dr. Zietlow, please accept my heartfelt congratulations on your appointment as the Superintendent of ABC School District. The moment I heard the announcement, I was filled with an overwhelming sense of joy. And you had a chance to hear that as I yelled very loudly in your ears. I knew that you being at the helm meant that ABC rests in capable hands of a compassionate, which we all just had a chance to see, compassionate, intelligent, and accomplished leader. I am filled with hope for the bright future that awaits our district under your esteemed leadership. Dr. Zietlow, you embody the perfect balance required for this season in ABC. Your unwavering commitment to the welfare of our students instills confidence in all of us. We feel confident that our administrators and staff will have access to the necessary resources for our students to succeed. Your extensive years of professional growth within ABC have provided you with the wisdom and foresight, enabling you to discern what it takes to actualize our shared vision for academic excellence and student well-being. Your deep understanding of ABC culture and the immense value we place on relationships and partnerships is essential. As we know, it is the people who are vital to fostering a collective sense of responsibility and pride in nurturing and preparing our students to thrive now and in their future. I want to also just personally say thank you to the ABC Board of Education. I know that you had several candidates to choose from, but I can't express deeply enough my gratitude in your selection of Dr. Zietlow for our superintendent. I firmly believe wholeheartedly that Dr. Zietlow will embrace and execute your visionary ideas for the advancement of our students. Dr. Zietlow, so I too won't become as emotional. I'm so proud of you. You're like my little sister all grown up. For such a time as this, you are prepared to lead our district and to move our students forward. Congratulations. I'm so proud of you.
Thank you, Valencia. Okay, at this time, we're going to recess for a reception for Dr. Zietlow. We'll resume an open session at 7 o'clock. Meeting's adjourned for now. audience, please silence your cell phones. And I just want to put out to the public that at our earlier meeting when we opened at 5:30, Dr. Chris Apodaca resigned from the board. He's not here tonight. His mother has serious health conditions, so that happened earlier. Okay. Report out from our closed session tonight. Tonight in closed session, the board discussed a public employee discipline, dismissal, release, evaluation, one matter. Also, may I have a motion and a second based upon the board's review in closed session of the findings of facts and recommendations submitted by the administrative hearing panel. The board accepts the recommendation of the administrative hearing panel to expel student expulsion number 2223-10 based on violation of Education Code sections 48900A1, 48900B, and 48900.3.
Motion to accept, Eugenio.
Moved by Dr. Yenyo.
Second.
Second by Nishi. Okay, the board adopts the plan of rehabilitation recommended by the panel. The board sets the first regular board meeting of May 2024 as the date on which the board will review the student for readmission. It was by a vote of 4-0. Okay, for the Pledge of Allegiance, we have students from Melbourne Elementary School. Please come forward. Welcome, little Mustangs, to the boardroom.
Eyes forward. Eyes on me.
Eyes on you.
1, 2, 3. Okay, tell them what to do.
Right hand over your heart. Eyes on the flag. Will it be good? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So Melbourne is an AVID elementary school. What this means is from TK all the way through 6th grade, our scholars are exposed to college and career readiness so that we're able to close that opportunity gap. What we do is we have the scholar culture, which means that when our students leave 6th grade, they know they have the ability, the skills, the motivation to succeed in any endeavor post-secondary of their choosing. So now, my scholars, you're going to face forward. And they're going to do our AVID pledge.
AVID scholars go. I am AVID, advancing and growing each day via honor and ambition that come my way. Innovative, remarkable to achieve, determined to succeed. I am AVID.
Okay, I'll bring it back to the board if anybody has any comments. All right, Dr. Rios. Can they stay here for 1 minute, please? Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Melbourne. I just wanted to publicly acknowledge Ms. Vush. She's definitely my son's favorite teacher. Remembers her every year. He was her kindergarten teacher, and I mean, he had turned out to be an excellent student, and I think the credit goes to you. So thank you for being such a great teacher and having such a huge impact on my son.
Vice President Say.
Well, sorry.
Oh.
So I just wanted to say that parents, your kids are in very good hands. So thank you. Thank you for being here. I think that was absolutely the most spirited Pledge of Allegiance we've ever had in this boardroom. So good job, scholars. And thank you, Ms. Martir, for being here.
Vice President.
As a board member, I can't say you're the best, all of them's the best, but I want to tell you tonight, you are amazing. I put my two thumbs up. You are great. You reminds my grandson now. I want to go home because you're so awesome, really awesome. I'm telling you, awesome. Every single one. I like the way you dress. I like your parents bring you here. The way you're so loud and clear. I say thank you, thank you, thank you. Great job, teacher and principal. Thank you.
Sue Yu.
Well, children, boys and girls, right here, you guys did awesome. Thank you so much. You guys were louder than all of us combined. Your parents did a great job, and keep up with your confidence. God bless.
Junior Mustangs, I want to thank you for being here today. When I toured your school, I saw all the college pennants, and I asked a lot of your classrooms, and everybody said that they plan to go to college. So I think that's a wonderful idea and goal. I want to thank you for being here, and have a good day in school tomorrow. Okay. All right, good night. I got to try that with my kids. I like it. All right, we're going to move forward with the election of Secretary to the Board of Education. May I have a motion to nominate Dr. Gina Zietlow as Secretary to the Board of Education effective May 15th, 2023?
So moved by Sophia.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 6-0. Okay, moving on to presentations. Spotlight on teaching and learning. Tenured, permanent, and status teacher presentation. Mr. Kester Song.
All right, good evening, President Beach, Vice President Ms. Say, and Clerk Mr. Nishi, and distinguished members of the board. It is my distinct pleasure to have this opportunity to recognize and celebrate our teachers and nurses who have achieved tenure, permanency, or status with our district this year. In ABC, we have very high standards when hiring and retaining teachers and nurses, as you all know. The teachers being introduced tonight represent the best and brightest in our field. This year, we have 40 teachers and nurses who have achieved either tenure, permanency, or status. Several of those teachers and nurses are here this evening to celebrate their achievement with us this evening. To our teachers and nurses, receiving this recognition, congratulations, and look at all the wonderful people that have shown up here to celebrate your achievement. We are all very proud of you. You definitely deserve a round of applause for that. And as you saw, from our Melbourne Mustangs, each and every one of you will, I'm sure, and I'm confident that you'll continue to play a vital role in preparing and guiding and mentoring our students for many, many years to come. We applaud your service and dedication to our students, our district, and our community. And all of us here understand the impact that a great teacher and nurse can have on a child's experience. And and they really are the ones that really make a difference today. And for your entire career, we ask that you continue to do so, to dedicate your time and energy, and most important, I think, your heart to our students and our community. We are all counting on you. Before we recognize our teachers and nurses, we want to take a moment to recognize our colleagues or site administrators who may be here to celebrate with our honorees. Would all of our colleagues, site administrators, if you're here in the room or even outside, if you would please stand up. I know we have a lot of them here tonight. And we also want to take a moment to recognize any friends or family here tonight with our honorees. So we understand the key role friends and family play in helping our teachers and nurses develop as professionals, and oftentimes it takes sacrifice on the part of the family, and so we absolutely appreciate that. If any family members of our honorees, if you're here, if you please stand. All right. All right, so now with our honorees, so as I call your name, please come forward to the podium and receive your certificate, and then move on to the platform so we can take a group picture. So the platform is right over here. Just step to the left, my left. All right, so please join me in recognizing these outstanding teachers and nurses. And we'll start with our adult school status teacher, Erica Lazarde. You'll stand over there. And from our Artesia High School, so don't make any noise until I have completely read all of our teachers. Cecilia Callejas. Hilda. Okay, Mr. Garcia, we heard you. All right, Hilda Carrillo. Look at that. These guys must be teachers. Look at that. Gisela Mendoza. All right. Matthew Soriano. And Christopher Youngblood. All right, from Bragg Elementary School, Cecilyn Valerio, one of our school nurses. All right, from Carver Elementary School, we have Joanne Mendoza. Mickey Okazaki. And Danielle Son. From Cerritos High School, Nancy Vasquez. From Fetty Middle School, Aniceto Chambers, one of our school nurses. And from Gar High School, we have Michael Galvan. And from Melbourne, we have Jose Pineda, one of our nurses. All right, last but not least, from Tetzlaff Middle School, we have Mark Shen. All right. Can we have one more round of applause for all of our tenured teachers and nurses? Congratulations. And look at the way they have lined up. I mean, this is the first time I've seen such two straight lines, and they're perfectly lined up. So we're going to ask our board to come and join them, and we will take this opportunity to take a wonderful picture. Okay, thank you. You may return to your seats.
It's really warm, put the ears on, right?
Anybody want to talk? Oh, yeah, someone already. Okay, good.
Okay, at this time, I'm going to bring it back to the board for some comments. First, we have Clerk Nishii.
Thank you, Mr. President. So we are at a major historical crossroads. This has been a blessed district. We've had such great leadership with Dr. Su, with Dr. Smuts, with Tuan, and now we have Dr. Zietlow. And I know that we've chosen well. I know that, just with the speech that she gave, it came with a little crack in the voice, and that means heart. And this is a job that you can't just do with this part, because if you do it with this, you'll just go crazy. You have to do it with your heart, and I know that your heart is in it for all the right reasons. From the bottom of your heart to the top of where our district can go in the future. And I know that you're going to take us from really good to really, really good. And I know that's going to happen. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
All right, Vice President Say.
Well, first, want to congratulations, Dr. Zillow. I also want to say congratulations to Mr. Tuan. You are free now. I know, but I want to thank you first for all the hard work you have contributed. I have a small gift for you, but unfortunately, due to my work duty, I came late. So I guarantee I'll give you back to you next time. Okay, I want to thank you so much. Sincerely appreciate it. Many people are talking about we have to have education to lead this position. Not really, because you have all the experience there to lead us. But unfortunately, you're not able to join with that candidate. But again, I'm so happy Dr. Zillow's there. And because back to Dr. Zillow, with me from Gar High School, we know each other, and the only school I have, which is Gar High. And we also doing the BB measure, and she and I walk in my district, and my neighbor knows me very well, because the whole area, we know each other. So she said, I have an easy time to go to your district, to go to your area, but I want to thank you so much. In the past, you worked so hard. During the interview, I want to let the people know for and I believe my colleague too, we were talking about hiring and retaining for elected such important position for our superintendent going to lead the entire district is a huge job for me. And I base on what do I choose? How do I choose Dr. Zillow? Number one, we based on the student population, based on the district performance overview, and suspension rate. And I look at that. This is I have, and you're welcome to come to look at that. And I bring it back tonight to share with you. It wasn't easy for us to choose, but we choose the best to serve you with us together as a team. And ABC always well known by outside district. And not just our starting with the letter A, because the first one people notice ABC, but we are well known. So when I look at candidate, I say, who can be the best? I look based on the population, and other candidate cannot compete with her. And I look at the performance overview, well known by district. So why do I need to downgrade myself to get someone else to be this position when I have some of the perfect candidate here? So, and one last question when I asked Dr. Zillow, because she's been here so long, what would you choose? Because I know she's been leading education. What would the thing you would like to do? She said, customer services. I say, ding dong, that just touched my heart right there. We do need a customer services. When we talk about customer services, talking about parent relationship with our school, the student relationship with the school, the teacher relationship with the school, the union relationship with us, and Dr. Zeno met all of them above. So how could I not bypass her and choose someone else? I can't do that. So ladies and gentlemen, I do have the results in here, the reason I choose, and I believe my colleague based that too. She is the best. And I want all of us here to work with her. There's a bumping road there going on there. And you probably could come back and complain about what she didn't follow what you want. But again, she is the best among all the candidates we have. So, Dr. Zillow, welcome. I'm looking forward to work with you, definitely. And I know we're going to improve on customer service in our district. Thank you.
Board Member Suyu.
Thank you, President Beach, and just want to say congratulations. I saw Dr. Zidlow's father crying. He was so proud of you and just the whole family, and he was just sharing how during the COVID that you worked so many hours, as did many of the educators. But really, I think our cabinet was tested through the fire during COVID. It was Dr. Seuss, Dr. Mayfield, Tuan, and you and our cabinet, Carol, you know, just everybody just working overboard, and you guys really, you know, went through this together. And our search process was not simple. We went through the whole applications, and we had excellent applications. We had round 1, round 2 interview, and Dr. Zillow was the one. So today, when I saw Dr. Mayfield, and Twani is so happy, cannot stop smiling. I think our team under Dr. Zillow's leadership is ready to handle and weather through the tough times ahead. As we may forecast recession, tough times, I think this team will make it. We've done it in the past, and we will. So, again, congratulations, and thank you for accepting. I'm happy for you. Thank you.
Dr. Rios.
Thank you. I won't go into detail as I made a lot of comments last time, but thank you again to Tuan for stepping up and, you know, for your vision and your sense of collaboration from day one. Now the transition is over to Dr. Zitlo. We're very happy to now get to work with you. Know that I am very optimistic and very hopeful for what lies ahead, and we'll absolutely have our eyes on improved outcomes for all. Thank you.
Dr. Eugenio.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dr. Zitlo, I'd like to congratulate you on being selected as our new superintendent. I'm extremely excited that you will be adding to your 29 years of service at the helm of our district. The command presence, the confidence, your calm and poised demeanor you displayed during the superintendent process, I have no doubt our school is in good hands under your leadership. I'd like to wish you well in a new chapter of your career here at ABC, and I look forward to working together with you to make ABC an even better district. May God bless you in all you do.
Thank you, Dr. Eugenio. Choosing a superintendent is probably the most important job of a school board, and I have to say, Dr. Zitlo, you made the process very easy for me and a lot of us. So I'm excited about what the future holds. I'm excited to work with you, and if you ever need anything, I'm available, and I want to say congratulations. Okay. All right. We are now going to move on to our agenda. May I have a motion to approve the agenda for the regular meeting of May 16, 2023?
So moved by Sophia.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Approval of the minutes. May I have a motion to approve the minutes of the regular meeting of May 2nd, 2023? Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Dr. Yenyo?
I abstain.
Okay, he needs to
Mr.
abstain.
President.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. All right, Board of Education President's Report. I'd like to first acknowledge and thank former Cerritos Mayor George Ray. He spent a tremendous amount of time and effort to bring NASA and an astronaut to Gar High School. I want to also thank Principal Hernandez. They talked about the NASA Artemis program and how we're going to go back to the moon and set up a station on the moon and try to get to Mars. It was a wonderful presentation at the Performing Arts Center. I want to thank the city of Cerritos also. And the astronaut came to Gar High School the following morning and talked to kids from our STEM classes. It was very well received, and I want to thank George Ray for doing that. Congressman Robert Garcia came to Aloha Elementary. We had a discussion about how he can help support our schools. I want to thank him for coming. I went to the International Day at the adult school. We shot a 30 and 30 episode at Nemus Elementary. I met with LA County auditors. They will be auditing our accounting and budget departments to make sure everything is in order. I attended the Community Family Guidance Center dinner, Muffins with Moms at Nixon Academy. We filmed a 30-30 at Cerritos Elementary. And yesterday I met with the ABCFT retiree chapter. Okay. I'd like to now call on our superintendent for the first time, Dr. Gina Zitlo.
Thank you. Well, I am very busy. As you can imagine, since our last meeting, we're overseeing hiring still in my office, and I'm helping with that for our administrators to be ready for next year. I was able to join Mr. Wen, President Beach, and Clerk Nishii to meet with Robert Garcia. I think the best part of that for me was when he sat with Mr. Schnack's, Ms. Chen's, and Ms. Ferguson's classes, and they asked questions like, what's your favorite comic book, and all those fun things that kids do, but it was a great day. Later that same day, May 4th, we held our district leadership team meeting where Mr. Wen, Dr. Castro, and I met with all of our management confidential employees. We just thanked them for their work this year, updated them on the forthcoming May revise with the state budget, updated them on things happening with Measure BB in the summer, and then we were able to recognize our retirees from our administrative ranks who will be leaving us this year. The evening of May 4th, I spent at Gonzalez Elementary School open house and got to visit all of the classrooms with Mr. Benko. It was a wonderful time. The next day, May 5th, Mr. Wen and I went to the Superintendent's Roundtable with Representative Michelle Steele, meeting with other superintendents in the areas where she represents, again with both the congressman and the representative, just reminding them the importance of the IDEA funding for our special education students that is in need, as well as other things that would help our district, like funding for facility maintenance, funding for school meals, things like that, that help our students and make things run well. On May 8th, Mr. Wen and I met with Dr. Fierro from Cerritos College, looking into possibilities for some use of maybe aquatics facilities there in the coming year. And then I spent time on May 9th with our partnership friends from ABCFT at our Pal Advance for 2023-24. We reviewed for our principals and our site representatives just the initiatives we will move on next year that will focus on the academic instructional life of our students and looking at the types of professional learning that will be available for the teachers and staff this August. May 10th, we celebrated Day of the Employee in ABC, and as a district office, we hosted breakfast for our departments who support our schools and our students. And it was nice to hear from Mr. Wen and Board Clerk Nishii, just thanking our staff for the work they do behind the scenes every day. May 11th and 12th, I was in Sacramento at a state leadership assembly for ACSA, the Association of California School Administrators, where we're learning about current updates with legislation coming that will impact schools. And then Saturday the 13th, I was at the middle school track meet doing my usual task of tallying the scores and handing out ribbons. Thank goodness Clerk Nishii was there to help me pass out those medals and ribbons. This year, Tetzlaff Middle School girls took home the first place trophy. Carmenita Middle School boys took home the first place trophy, and Tetzlaff Middle School got the overall combined score trophy for that day. So that is my report.
Thank you, Dr. Zietlow. We'll now go to Student Board Representative Romlin Forstrom from the Adult School.
Hello. Good evening, President Beach, Vice President Sue, Clerk Nishi, distinguished board members, Superintendent Dr. Zietlow, cabinet members, and community members. My name is Romlin Forstrom. I am a parent in the parent education program, or student in the parent education program. On April 5th, ABC Adult School held its annual Outstanding Student Awards at Cabrillo Lane, where we honored 31 students who have shown exemplary dedication and effort in reaching their educational goals. This ceremony is unique since we were honored to have the presence of the state, city, and district officials who also recognized our students with certificates and recognized ABC Adult Schools with proclamations. We were so inspired and amazed by our students' stories. This event was a total success with over 200 people in attendance. The ESL department held their annual International Day on May 5th. The last one was in 2019, so you can imagine the excitement. With the rain stopped, the stage and the balloons were set up on the district lawn. Over 30 countries were represented with the flag parade and student performances. Students sang, danced, and read speeches and poems. The audience cheered on our brave and talented students. The finale was a showstopper by the adult school and district staff doing the cha-cha dance. On May 19, ABC Adult School will host the annual career fair and open house. This year, we have 28 confirmed companies who are looking for employees and are adding more daily. Students are asked to bring their resume as many companies do on-the-spot interviewing. The academic students and staff are counting down the days until graduation. The commencement ceremony will be held in the Whitney High School gym on Wednesday, June 7th at 5:00 p.m. After studying and working hard all year long under the guidance of our academic staff, many of our students have reached their goals. In the high school diploma programs, 37 students have completed the required classes to earn their high school diploma. For the high school equivalency program, 202 students have passed either the HiSET or GED test to earn their high school equivalency certificate. Several more students in both programs are working hard to complete their final classes and tests in time to graduate with the class of 2023. We are so proud of all of our students and are looking forward to celebrating them and their accomplishments. The Career Technical Education Department is thrilled to have 40 graduates earn a career technical diploma with more to come. We have started the renovation for the new HVAC program and had to upgrade the electrical panel at the Cuesta campus. With all the successes this year, one that stands out is the cosmetology program, having the first cohort, 10 students total, complete the new 1,000 program. We wish all the best as they prepare for their state board exam. Parent education has been on the move this spring. Classes have had a great attendance while learning academic concepts, celebrating multicultural days, and going on a variety of field trips, including Tanaka Farms and a biker parade at the Cerritos Park East. Next up will be the annual Parent Education Carnival on May 24th, where all the classes join together for singing, games, parachute play, balloon animals, hot dogs, and much more. This semester, the program has been active on its Facebook and Instagram pages, showcasing activities and promoting for the future. Summer classes have already been fully enrolled. Fall priority registration for continuing students will begin at the end of the month. Graduation is also coming up for the pre-kindergarten class, complete with the talent show, caps, gowns, and diplomas. Summer school will run for 4 weeks and will be held on the Cuesta and Cabrillo Lane campuses. We are planning for next year's classes and are excited to add several new classes, including a morning pharmacy technician class, another ESL evening class, and HiSET GED math preparation class, an Indian dance class, and a guitar class. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any board comments? All right, Ms. Forstrom, on behalf of the board, thank you for that nice report. Have a good evening. Okay, we'll now move to employee representative reports. Mr. Ray Gear, ABCFT.
Good evening, President Beach, Board President Beach, Superintendent Dr. Zietlow, Board Trustees, Administrative Cabinet, students, parents, and ABC community. Thank you for being here. My name is Ray Gare. I'm president of the ABC Federation of Teachers. I want to publicly congratulate those teachers and nurses that became permanent status tonight. That's quite an honor, and you know it says something about the rigorousness of teaching, that it takes 3 years to become a fully tenured teacher, and that is a process that takes a lot of mentoring. It takes refining your craft over the time, looking at how you do systems within your classroom, and making sure that you're meeting the needs of the students. So it is a big task to wrap your head around, and I congratulate all those teachers and nurses for their accomplishment. It's not a small task. Well, thank you. I think it was really nice for us to have that ceremony. I know we do it for every incoming superintendent. This one felt especially sweet, and I wish I could get Tuan to get choked up like that when he was superintendent, because yes, it does show heart, and I know he's choked up in a different way tonight. He's yes, but I want to thank him again. I thanked him a couple of weeks ago, but from the bottom of our hearts is the employees of ABC for stepping up for the last year and kind of getting us through, you know, what we post-pandemic, which is something I wanted to point out, is in Dr. Zietlow's comments, she said kind of a key word. She said that we're in a post-pandemic environment, and that means everything has changed. At one point, and you're going to see this in school boards and in school districts across the country, we had a way of doing business and education that seemed to work. You know, the trajectory was good. People, you know, there was good learning going on. Not that there isn't now, but people understood the challenges. Post-pandemic, the challenges have really changed, and the conditions have changed. And I think what's vitally important is that we have an administrative team and administrators that are being put into place right now, and teachers that understand that new reality and are having really important conversations about what has changed, what supports need to happen for both teachers, students, and parents, how, we had a PAL advance. We typically have a PAL advance, and what that is it's all the site reps from all the different school sites and programs meet with their administrators. We typically do this 2 days before we go back to school, and it's like drinking from a fire hose. It's a lot of information, but people don't get time to really digest it, go back with their principal, and really work together on how they're going to move forward through the year. So it was really nice for us to have our PAL advance in May. And what I think is a significant piece, a document that was put together that will be shared with the community, is something that Dr. Carol Castro put together with all the input over the LCAP process that really sheds light on all the surveys that were taken by all the parents. And there was student input, there was administrative input, teacher input, nurses input, classified. We don't call them stakeholders, I almost said it. Every educational partner is represented in that document. And I asked Dr. Zietlow when we were presenting it last week, is this a typical document for other school districts? And she said, typically, it's a one-page document. The LCAP is a one-page document that really just talks about the finances. Our document is 18 pages long. And of course, it's our first attempt. Thank you, Dr. Castro, for putting it together and with her team. It's not going to be perfect, but it does point to why we're a cutting-edge district, to have vision enough to put a document that we can share with every community member, every person who wants to know about ABC. It is a recruiting tool to get students into our district. It's a recruiting tool to get quality administrators, quality teachers, quality board members, quality everything. So I think it says something about where we're going. Back to Dr. Zietlow, I don't know much about blacksmiths, right? But I know that a good blacksmith doesn't just like pound out horseshoes, right, and put them on the horse. A blacksmith knows what kind of horse they're putting him on, right? They know if it's a running horse, it's a working horse, what kind of horse, who's going to be riding it. I think it's really important that we have a blacksmith at the helm that knows what kind of horse they're riding. And so, I think we're pretty lucky. And so, again, I love horses, so I go to horse races, but I don't know blacksmiths. But if I was a good blacksmith, I would want to know what kind of horse I have. And I think we have a good blacksmith at the top. So thank you. For ABCFT, this is the ABC Federation Teachers. Every 2 years, we have what's called a officer election. And so we have new teachers and nurses who get into positions of leadership within the union. So I'm going to read off the winners for the next 2 years. So you have, deep breath, Tanya Golden, Executive Vice President, who's sitting over there. Connie Nam, Treasurer. Rachel Santos, Recording Secretary, Patty Alcantar, Vice President of Child Development, Megan Mitchell, Vice President of Elementary School, Daniel Ramirez, Vice President of Middle School, Megan Harding, Vice President of High School, Diane Young, Vice President of Adult School, who was here tonight, Brittany Parker Gooden, Vice President of Special Education, Michael Hartshorn, Vice President of Membership, Ruben Mancias, Vice President at Large and Chief Negotiator, Catherine Pascal, Vice President at Large, and myself, Ray Gare, President of ABC Federation of Teachers. So I'm no longer a teacher in the classroom. I'm 100% off, but this is my new class. And just like with any new class, you have new ideas, new textbooks, new challenges, and we have a new, kind of a new beginning going on at the district level too. It's a good time. It's a magical time. It's something that we could, if we hit the ground running, we'll continue to make great strides. This year was a magical year. Everybody's tired, but it's a good tired. And parents, thank you for being there, for our ABC teachers and the community for supporting this district. We've made it through some pretty rough times, but ABC is cutting edge because the community that supports it supports cutting edge. So thank you for your support. And we only have 17 days with students to go, and then they have summer vacation, and their parents get to enjoy them too. So have a good summer vacation. But I want a picture. I picked white. White flowers mean a new beginning. And so this is a new beginning. Congratulations, Dr. Zietlow, on being a superintendent.
Thank you, Ray. Okay, we'll move on to public comments. Clerk Nishii.
Persons wishing to address the board should fill out a card located at the table on the door and place it in the silver tin. Speakers will be called in sequence during public comments section, which is limited to 1 hour, and each speaker is to one presentation of 5 minutes unless the board wishes to waive the time limit. Those who have a group concern are encouraged to select a spokesperson to address the board. Persons wishing to address the board on a specific agenda item at the time the items under discussion are limited to 5 minutes each and will be called to speak following the staff comments and prior to the board's discussion and taking action. Adverse remarks about a person's race, ancestry, ethnic group identification, religion, color, national origin, sex, sexual orientation, gender, mental or physical disability, or age may not be made. Please avoid remarks or charges that reflect upon the character, motives, qualifications, or ability of any school district employee. Concerns presented to the board will be followed up and addressed by the appropriate staff. We have a few public comments. We'll start with Anthony Rico. And that'll be followed by Robin Rico.
Good evening. Congratulations, Dr. Zietlow. I am a parent at my children go to Ferguson Elementary School, and they're part of the extra program or the Excel program, and I'm here to voice concern regarding the change that potentially might be happening with AYA moving into the school to take over what the YMCA has been doing for the last 4 years that my child has been there. My concern is that the change that potentially could happen could be disruptive to the hard work that has been done over the years. My kids have been going there for 4 years. During this time, they have developed so much. They've the care that has been given to them is emotional. It shows that there's a team there that is compassionate. They've been exposed to the the swim camp, the summer camp. You know, my son was able to participate in the flag football league that they had. You know, the development that has gone on during the extra care has been not only educational, but also there's been a lot of emotional maturity, the time that goes into consideration for what the kids are learning. Even with the dual language program, you know, they brought in someone who is able to help the kids in extra to do their homework in Spanish. And I'm worried that with this change, like all the hard work that has been done to get them to this point will be lost. In speaking with, I think her name is Nicole Theus at the district, she mentioned continuity, wanting to bring in YMCA because AYA is there in the morning. But to me, that doesn't make sense. It's like if it works, then why change it? I don't even think that the program itself, in extra in the after-school program, has been evaluated properly. I really think that there must be some consideration done regarding that. You know, I'm just a concerned parent. You know, that really, you know, we talk about, you know, blacksmith and horses and what kind of horse is running the race. Well, go check it out. You know, we talk about, you know, like Mr. Kester's song said, like great teachers have an impact on students. You know, they might not be accredited teachers per se, but they are there teaching our children, and they have had an impact. So I really would just, you know, if there's any possibility to reconsider or to further evaluate the situation, that it be done, that the due diligence of the district be done regarding this matter. So thank you for your time.
Robin Rico, followed by Channing Lang.
Good evening. I might be saying some of the same things, but it shows how important it is to us that we share this situation with you. I'm a parent of 2 children attending Ferguson Elementary. I came here tonight to tell you how happy we are as a community with the YMCA Extra program. The group of facilitators on our campus have been a great help with homework, reading, enrichment curriculum that the kids are 100% invested in by brainstorming for ideas and voting for the winning project. They've planted seeds, they've raised caterpillars, they've done hula dancing, and those are just a few. Public speaking, man. I don't know how you guys do it.
You're doing great.
The YMCA program comes with so many benefits like swim camp, where inner city kids can learn to swim for free and have a blast. Juju Smith's flag football league practices during extra, and our team has won the championships 2 times in a row. The extra perks are such a valuable gift to our kids and community. Miss Maria and our staff at Ferguson have shown so much love for our kids, keeping them safe during many lockdowns. I honestly feel like changing the programs would be detrimental. Our program has strict behavior policies, therefore resulting in great behavior. With so much change and school being a constant in these young lives, I beg you to reconsider removing the YMCA organization and replacing it with an organization that has far less to offer. And I also want to say that a lot of our parents don't speak English and feel uncomfortable coming here. Hawaiian Gardens is a unique community, and it's a loving community, but it's also afraid to maybe step out and let their voice be heard. So we have a group of parents here who maybe aren't saying anything, but if they want to stand up and show who they are, I think it would be super awesome. So on a small scale, you see how loved our YMCA program is. Thank you guys so much, and congratulations again to our new superintendent. We're happy to see what you have to offer. Thank you. Thank you.
Channing Lang, followed by Naomi Rivas Sanchez.
bear with me. I got my little twinados over here, and that's what I'm here to who I'm here to speak for and advocate for. My kids are 5. I'm a single mother, and they're TK. So obviously the attention span is a little less, but I, as a parent, as a single parent, and as somebody that has really had to accept that it does take a village, which has been really hard for me, I could not have asked for better than the YMCA program and Miss Maria. They have, and I'm going to bear with me because I'm going to speak a little bit from this, but they have never been in a school setting before, obviously. So being at their young age and their limited understanding with school structure, I couldn't have asked for a better aftercare program than the YMCA. And their TK teacher, I have to miss Miss Rojas at Ferguson, because it is an amazing school. But with them and being a parent and being the sole provider, they have given me the support, they have given me the communication, they have had the patience and shown my children so much love that I haven't been there for because I have to work. And I work in public service. So my trust level is already like, I'm really skeptical of a lot of things. So being the fact that Miss Maria and the other staff there have been so welcoming, so communicative, have worked with their teacher to get my kids to the point where they're sitting here today when it's their bedtime an hour ago. And that's how important it is to us to voice our opinion and how much the YMCA means to us and our community. Because I've seen the programs that they've initiated, the fun activities that they have. I mean, Miss Maria's, just to mention her imagination is, without words, I mean, it's above and beyond. My kids, when I pick them up, are after, just to give you an idea, I drop my kids off at 7 a.m. and they're 5. So they go to the before school program. They go all day to TK, and then she gets them. So the fact that she has got them to the point where they listen, their actual homework has been really helped with, and they've improved. They have a lust for learning, which I have not been able to get into them. So she's done amazing things. I just beg you guys to reconsider, because I know how much these parents here, we've been speaking outside, how much it means to them and how much it means to me personally within the community. So thank you very much for your time.
Jalen?
Hi, my name is Dulce Medel, and I want to speak in Spanish because my English is not good. But I have some copies in English. And also I have a 7-page because I collect too many signatures for all of the parents. And I want to say, okay, my name is Dulce Medel. Solicito respetuosamente que el programa YMCA no sea eliminado o cancelado del distrito escolar ABC. YMCA tiene un excelente programa extracurricular en la escuela primaria Elliot. Mi hijo con muchos otros niños aprovechan este programa extracurricular donde los niños aprenden y se les ayuda con proyecto de tarea todos los días. YMCA brinda a los estudiantes oportunidades para programas externos para muchas familias como Camps Oaks. YMCA ofrece membresías de cortesía donde los niños pueden tomar diferentes clases de deportes para niños y actividades divididas donde los niños se socializan y aprenden a trabajar juntos en grupo. YMCA también ayuda a obtener diferentes recursos y oportunidades para los padres. El personal de YMCA junto con los padres siempre estamos buscando formas de hacer que la vida de los estudiantes sea más estable y ayudarlos a salir adelante, no solo en la escuela, sino también en su vida personal. Todos los días mi hijo regresa a casa emocionado contando las diferentes actividades en las que ha participado en YMCA. Thank you for your patience.
Mr. President, can someone read this in English, as it was a very good translation for the public?
Yes. Would you like to do so?
Sure.
Thank you.
Señora, si me permite, voy a leerlo en inglés. Okay, it says, I am Dulce Medel, and I am the mother. Let me put on my reading glasses. The mother of 2 children, Abraham San Gabriel, 11, attending Elliott Elementary, and Angel San Gabriel, 13, attending Ross Academy of Creative and Media Arts Middle School. I am respectfully requesting that the YMCA program not be removed or terminated from the ABC School District. YMCA has a great after-school program at Elliott Elementary School. My son, along with so many other children, take advantage of this after-school program where children learn and are helped with their homework projects daily. The YMCA gives students opportunities for outside programs for many families like Camp Oaks. The YMCA provides complimentary membership where children can take different classes, sports for kids, and fun activities where children become social and learn to work together in groups. The YMCA helps obtain different resources and opportunities for parents as well. The YMCA, along with parents, are always looking for ways to have students' lives be more stable and help them get ahead not only in school but also in their personal lives. Every day, my son Abraham returns home super excited, telling me about the different activities that he has participated at the Y. Dulce Medel.
Thank you, Dr. Rios.
Next item is, person is Brandy
And also-
Colate?
She had the signatures. Should we get the signatures,
Jillian
Natalie?
Naomi Sanchez? Okay.
Yeah, please bring that list up.
Yeah.
Yes.
Sorry. Hello, everyone. My name is Jaylene Naomi Riva Sanchez. I am here to speak about what the YMCA at Elliott means to me. First of all, courage. At the YMCA has helped me become the person I am right now, a person who cares for others, a leader, and overall a team player. I am currently part of the soccer team at the YMCA as a team striker. And you have no idea what being a part of a team means to me. I've fallen in love with this program, the staff, members, and everything that comes with the program. As a student at the YMCA, we get help with homework and projects. They encourage us to keep going no matter how hard certain things get. We are able to express ourselves through art, painting, and also planting flowers. Even though my flowers died, I still enjoyed the experience, and I know I remember this. I also see how this after school program helps the parents. My mom is a single mother. She works and goes to school and is able to trust that I am getting taken care of at the YMCA. Sometimes parents can pick us up as soon as school ends, and that's how the YMCA helps them. Overall, I am super grateful for the relationships I have made with the students and staff. Even though I will not be attending Elliott next year, I would love for everyone to experience the fellowship that I have with the YMCA at Elliott. Thank you for your time.
Brandy Colate?
It's never easy going after the kids. I'm Brandy Collado. I'm the Chief Operating Officer with the YMCA of Greater Long Beach. I was not aware of the support we were going to have here tonight, but it is certainly appreciated. As a partner of ABC for over 20 years and currently the provider at 8 ABC schools providing the After School Excels program. I am here on the heels of meeting with ABC leadership staff just this afternoon, and we did share our consideration of coming to make public comment tonight. My purpose for being here today is in response to the last May 2nd board meeting, which approved the expanded learning program ABC Excels contract for this summer and next school year. I regret not having been here last meeting to provide public comment. We were of the understanding the approval was coming late May, early June, and did not realize until after the meeting this item had been brought to board. Better late than never. Our Y values our partnership with ABC. And as a partner for over 20 years, we were certainly disappointed to see that the RFP process resulted in about a 50% reduction to our sites and funding, as we believe strongly in our YMCA's excellent programming, as well as the additional Y resources we offer to ABC kids and families, some of which you heard about earlier. We believe this excellence has been supported through the growing number of sites ABC has offered us over the past several years. It was questioned in the last board meeting why there were so many no bids from the YMCA, and we wish to provide clarification on that. Our understanding from communication with ABC staff was it was most appropriate for us to apply for our current programs and those without a current provider. With respect to this guidance and the other provider, AYA, that is what we did. As we now understand it, the primary reason for our site reduction is because we did not bid on morning programs for the sites we are losing. And that the district, or ABC, is prioritizing having the same provider for morning and afternoon care at every site. We understand this. It was just not something that was shared with us during the process. We thought it was our responsibility to provide this clarification to you to ensure informed decision making. Last board meeting minutes indicated the why was followed up with about our no bids. We were not contacted because of our no bids ahead of the deadline. Had we been that, we absolutely would have submitted bids for everything. As I shared earlier, as contract awardees, we were not here May 2nd, only because we were not aware that this was an approval item. We found out about these site changes from parents and students expressing concerns, and our site staff concerned for their future employment with the YMCA. There was no coordinated communication between the district and YMCA so we could be prepared with unified responses. We believe strongly in our Y's ability to provide excellent programs and services to ABC and believe that the best interest of ABC kids and families is to retain the Y. We want nothing more than to serve every youngster and family in a meaningful and impactful way, and pride ourselves in our ability to connect with families with additional Y resources such as YMCA membership, our Bikes for Kids program, bring students to our resident Camp Oaks for outdoor experiences, busing in 200 underserved kids for water safety swimming lessons over spring break, when drowning is the second leading cause of death for kids under the age of 14, sports leagues, as well as various field trips. It breaks our hearts to think about not being able to continue these life-changing opportunities at 4 of our current 8 sites. With consideration to the confusion surrounding our guidance for this process and timing of decision-making, the Y's long-term partnership with ABC, and most importantly, in the best interest of YMCA kids and families, we are requesting the board reconsider this approval and retain the YMCA at our sites. We are prepared to submit proposals should that step be required, and I do thank you for the consideration and are certainly available, myself and staff team, if there's follow-up questions. Thank you.
Christina Velasco, followed by Stacy Carnell.
Hello, good evening. My name's actually Ashanti Sweezer. I'm going to speak on behalf of Christina Velasco. She's the mother of my goddaughter, Mia Romo, who is a third grader at Ferguson Elementary and a attendee at the YMCA program that we're talking about here this evening. So my goddaughter, she's been attending the YMCA program for 2 years, and the staff has become an important part of her village. Mia actually has more enthusiasm about the program provided than she does towards her normal school day. She's even forced her mother and I to make adjustments to our gym schedule so she can go. We all know how difficult childcare is, especially these days. When Mia's school has breaks during the school year, the YMCA program provides programs for the students. This provides stability and safety not only for the parents, but also the children. When Mia was experiencing anxiety from struggling to get her homework completed, the staff from the YMCA program played a vital part in getting her to where she is now. Mia has worked really hard on speaking up for herself when she needs help, and the staff at the YMCA program have created a safe space for her to ask questions she needs to in order to understand her work. Her newfound confidence and motivation in regards to getting her homework completed is due to the environment the YMCA staff has cultivated. Mia's mother and I are excited to be able to send Mia's younger sisters to the YMCA program with the certainty that they will have the same opportunity to learn and grow in the same nurturing atmosphere. After the experience with COVID, the relationships that our students build with staff holds an even greater weight. They have become a part of our family. So that's what I wrote. But after sitting here and listening to what everyone has said here today, 20 years with the YMCA program in the community, I wasn't aware of all of the programs that the YMCA provides for our kids. And after hearing the lady that just spoke before me say that they did not receive the proper notification as far as this, why fix it if it isn't broke? Our kids love it. You can see from all the people that are here that there's nothing wrong with what's going on. So again, I'm up here begging, just like everybody else, on behalf of my goddaughter, to keep this program that has built her confidence and that she's comfortable and safe at. Thank you.
Stacy Carnell and Lawanda would be next.
Good evening. Before I start, I wanted to show you the child that I am advocating for today. It's my daughter, Zoe Carno. She can't be here because she is at dance. Not sure if you can hear me. Good evening. My name is Stacy Carno, and I have a son who's in 8th grade at Ross Middle School, and I have a daughter who's a 6th grader at Nemus Elementary School. She's a 6th grader. I'm coming to you tonight on an issue that I've been attempting to find a solution to for over 3 years now, but have been really pushing for answers for the last 6 months. I'm asking ABCUSD why we do not offer an option for independent PE for middle school children as well as high school children who are involved in physically challenging extracurricular activities. My daughter's been dancing since she was 2 years old, and over the years, she's developed a passion for dance, and in the last 3 years, she's heavily been focused on classical ballet training, including pointe. For the last 3 years, she's carried a load of 15+ hours of technique, strength training, pointe, choreography classes, and that's per week after school. This does not include any additional competitions, shows, or traveling. Last year, she attended over 13 regional and national level competitions in addition to her training hours. She also was chosen to audition for Los Angeles Ballet Company's The Nutcracker and was then cast as Clara's friend alongside LA Ballet's principal dancer and also cast as Gretel. She had weekly rehearsals from September until November and performed in all 19 shows throughout the month of December, including performances at Royce Hall, UCLA, Redondo Beach Performing Arts Center, Alex Theater in Glendale, and Dolby Theater in Los Angeles. She also maintained her full-time school schedule while performing all of these and rehearsing and keeping up her technique schedule, as well as being on competition team at her studio. Another example of her dance schedule was just this past weekend for Mother's Day, how I got to spend it. She had a 7 a.m. call time Saturday morning, competed her dances, then began intensive classes from 3 p.m. until 9 p.m. Sunday, she then danced from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. and had a 45-minute break for lunch. This is what she loves to do, and I'll be there all day for it. This was in addition to her regular class load, and as well as being in school with dual immersion program, and she's playing the flute in the band. This summer, she's been accepted into the International Ballet Summer Intensive with Southland Ballet, also Pasadena Civic Ballet under the direction of LA principal dancers. My daughter next year will be entering Ross Middle School and will be entering all honors classes as well as dual immersion, which counts as one of her elective choices. She has been playing the flute for 3 years, like I mentioned, and will also be having band as her other elective. However, we're now facing the problem that having her be at school at 7 a.m. to attend a PE class to make sure she gets her proper exercise per the state standards. I've researched in Los Alamitos District, Laguna School District, and many other districts, and their school boards have implemented within their board policies an option for their students as an option for independent PE. With her being at the studio until almost 9 p.m. or later most nights, and just her regular training and not being taken into consideration competition hours and shows, to be at school at 7 a.m. to do more physical fitness does not make sense. The risk of injury also while performing school PE activities is also a major concern for our family. She opts out to participate in many activities such as roller skating, bounce houses, and things of that because of the injury risks. Being at school at 7 a.m. will also take away from her time and energy to be able to be successful in her studies. Education is very important to our family. My husband's a teacher in LAUSD as a public school teacher for almost 20 years now. Continuing her education in the public school system is valuable to us and to continue being in person for that. Sorry, I lost my place. In this day and age, we need to prepare our children to be well-rounded while applying for college. Giving the kids who are involved in extra physically demanded activities outside of school and the opportunity for independent PE helps our district support children to be well-rounded. I have like one more paragraph, is that okay? One more paragraph, is that okay? I know you said 1 minute remaining. Okay.
Okay.
I've spoken at length regarding this issue with Mr. Brad Beach, who referred me back to the principals at our schools we attend, and then sent me to the district office level. I was told that it was a school board policy issue from the district, and I've reached out for the proper protocol to start the process of adding board policies regarding the issue because of our current one does not address anything but high school level and even only exemptions for 11th and 12th graders. I've not gotten a response as to where to find the board policies or how to go about this. I waited 3 weeks for a response and have not gotten one. I went and found the board policies myself, and I've also now been researching the ACLU website on how to change board policies. Just this morning, I spoke with Dr. Wise, the head of secondary curriculum, and was told that per California Ed Code, PE is required. She sent me the link to the board policies so I could verify these are the ones that I'm referencing that I found. I've asked why our district doesn't offer independent PE as an option like other local school districts if California is the problem with the Ed Code. Sorry. I have not been given a direct answer for this question, and I'm asking each board member to please look deeper into this. I'm not the only family who is faced with this issue. I just happen to be the parent willing to spend the time and energy on this and not be discouraged by the level of runaround that I feel I've received since this past November. I urge you to reconsider adding an option of independent PE to the district board policies at this time. Thank you.
Lawanda, followed by Curate John.
Hello, members of the board. My name is Lawanda, and I'm also here representing the YMCA. I recently learned from the recap of the last board meeting that was held on May 2nd that a bill was passed. The bill was the RFP ABC 1613 Expanded Learning Program. It was very vague and misleading on what the bill was about. At first, I thought Action Youth America, better known as AYA, and the YMCA was going to be working together. So I called the district, and after talking with 3 different people, I got my answer, that AYA will be replacing YMCA at several elementary schools, including Juarez. This was an important decision made by the board and not by the parents who have children in the YMCA programs. There's always surveys going out asking if we have enough communication and input, but I did not receive a survey regarding whether or not we want the YMCA to stay or go. This decision was also made before the new principal arrives at Juarez and before Dr. Zitlow took over as the new superintendent. Did the principal at Juarez, the new principal at Juarez, have any input on this decision? That I don't know about. I have experienced the YMCA for the last 7 years without any problems or concerns because I do have 3 children at 3 different schools in the district. I have a 7-year-old at Juarez. I have a daughter at Ross that's in color guard and also will join her brother next year at guard in the band. And I can also say that ABC is one of the best districts, and that's why I have my kids here, so I have no complaints there. The YMCA, they're really great with all the children in the program. And, I'm just wondering, will AYA put on talent shows for the children to display their talents? Will they have different projects for the children to learn from? Make sure they have help with homework. Will they have outside sports on Saturdays that the children and the parents can enjoy? And other perks with YMCA? Will they help with children having mental health crises? Will AYA take the time to help children who have social anxiety or understand when life just happens? Recently, my father passed, and my 7-year-old is at Juarez. And Miss Kathy and her team at Juarez made sure that the day he wanted to go to school, that day that he passed, and they made sure that he was comfortable, that he wasn't having any problems, or just if he wanted to talk, they were there for him. And to this day, up until now, they're still checking on him and making sure that he's okay. And I'm very grateful for that because my father passed all of a sudden, and it was just very hard for all of us. And him being 7 years old, he really don't understand what's going on. But Miss Kathy and her team made sure that that they help. So the program is great for the children and the parents as well because they check on me also. So I say all this to say I hope that you guys reconsider, and the YMCA needs to stay at Juarez and several other elementaries that will be losing the program, and hopefully you guys will reconsider. Thank you for your time.
Kirit Chauhan, followed by Carol Timsina.
Good evening, President Beach and the new superintendent, Dr. Zitlow. Congratulations. It's nice to see a colleague up on that chair. Mr. Nishi and the board, I highly support having a student board member, but it needs to be a person who's a senior or a junior from each one of our high school on a rotating basis, and somebody who can represent the views of the students at all ages. So this person should be knowledgeable about the various stages that they go through in ABC so they can understand when people are talking from here about how it impacts them or how it may have impacted them. Second, I was enormously proud of the Bragg students last week when they talked about environmental issue. Old as I am, I too used to care about the environment. Not that I don't, but my contribution now is different. I'm going to put a solar roof on. But am I doing it for the environment, or am I doing it because I have the money and the means to do so? It's a question worth considering. Third, I would like the district to promote the campaign against fentanyl abuse. There's a very nice logo out there. It says, "One pill can kill." Please, I implore you to put that at all of our schools. It is important that students understand the impact of certain drugs and how devastating it is to them, the family, and the community. It is not something that we can just shy away from. Last but not least, there's a document that I just passed to you. And my purpose in doing all of this is, now that I'm retired, I'm getting rid of old documents that I've stored for I don't know how many years. So this is from one of my PDs that I went to. As you look around the edge of this document, it is very clear to understand where we are. We have defined role for board, owners, funding sources, unions. But as you go towards the center, it becomes more vague and more unclear. Do we really understand what our reward systems are, what our norms are, what our decision-making process is? Here is the reason why parents are here. We say we have goals, but do we really understand what our goals are so that the community really understands why we are doing what we need to do? And the last of it is values. What are the values that ABC wishes to pursue that is important to it, that will empower the students and the parents to be the most successful they can be? It is important because we are facing an epidemic in behavioral issues at school site, not just in ABC, it's everywhere. So if we don't have a core set of values of what we stand for, what we want in our school, how can we enforce those values with the students, the community, and say, this is how we move forward? So I would like for us to go back to those things that I asked for last year or the year before. What are the parent rights? What are our cultural norms? What are our curricular engagement beyond just saying here is a book list? Parents should have a role in selecting instructional material. And last but not least, LCAP, Mr. Gear, I've written plenty of LCAP documents, and they range from 50 pages to 330 pages. And they're not exactly fun to read, but they're detailed, and sometimes they're overly detailed. But they need to be simple enough so that the parents can understand why a certain program was selected, not selected, what the criteria were, and what the goals are in there, and why the funding is attached to it. It is a document about who, what, where, and how much. We do have enough UDP money to support YMCA. Perhaps you can look at it. And if not at wholesale, but at some sites, you can restore those services. Thank you.
Carol?
Good evening, everyone. And I'm glad. My name is Carol de Messina, and I'm from Elliott Elementary. And I'm here to talk about how good a YMCA is. YMCA is a very fun place, especially other people that they like. Like people that go to the after-school program, they sometimes want to have fun and do different activities and sports. And I'm here to tell you that like YMCA can be really good. And they've been building up things for us to do and other activities. They build things that we like, things that we do, that we want to do. And they help us to correct our homework, etc. They can help other people when they are wrong sometimes. They can help them by using their education and then like what they know, and then like they can help them before and after. So I'm here to tell you is like it's a really beautiful place and like a really good thing to have. And also to top it off, it has different activities, and I can't know where to start with. You can go on teams, you can go on anywhere. Basically, you can join soccer mostly, and also if you want to go, just go. And like they help us with different things that we need and stuff like that. And more things. They love us, and they've been like giving us like different surprises, and also different things. Thank you for your time.
See no further public comments?
All right, to the families and staff that are here tonight from the YMCA, we heard you, and staff is going to provide us a thorough report about what happened, and we will definitely get back to you. Thank you for all your comments. Okay, before we move to the consent calendar, I had the request to move an item. It would be an informational item. And Clerk Nishii, you want to move the student board member appointment, and if agreeable, we would put it after action item 1.1A.
Thank you.
Is everybody okay with that?
The information item changed to the action item?
It's not going to be an action item, we'll just hear it. Yeah, it's still going to be information item, but we'll hear it after action item 1.1A if agreeable.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes.
Okay. I assume you're thinking if a student were here to speak on it, we'd want them to go earlier, not so late? Okay. All right, I think I have consensus. All right, consent calendar. May I have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
Second by Sophia.
Is there anyone wishing to move any items or ask any questions?
Yes, I'd like to pull 3.10.
3.10.
I just have to ask a question.
Sure, let's do it.
So I'd sort of like to know the basis for the hourly rate set forth here. It says between a certain rate for it was $300 an hour, between $300 and $500 an hour. So I just wanted to see what the difference. Is it the same person doing the same work?
Is this regarding the auditory processing? Is this regarding the specific line item?
Yes,
of
it
auditory
is.
processing?
It's
So I can speak generally to that if you'd like.
I think it was for the. There's
What
one that was
number
for
is it?
$300 to $600.
I got,
You
okay.
got 3.10?
Yes.
So on the special education consultant
Yes.
list, I believe there's an auditory processing
It's
center.
on page 60.
On page 60 for 300 to 600 per hour. So the range really refers to, for this particular evaluation, it's an independent educational audiological evaluation, and so it depends the extensiveness of the evaluation, how much time, and the findings of the evaluation that have to be reported in the IEP. So I think the range really reflects the variety of services that may have to occur that need to be reported in the IEP process.
It just seems like a big range, that's all. So I don't have any basis upon which to say anything, but okay. You're saying it's based upon.
These are the ranges that we were provided by these consultant groups. So these are the ranges that they provide for us, because these are private consulting groups that sometimes parents, as they do have the right under IDEA, request certain services. So this is particular to an auditory processing center that has an independent evaluation, and so that's the range to attend these IEP meetings. And
Okay.
if you look throughout, different companies have different ranges depending on their services.
Understood. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so you're okay to keep this item in? Okay, so I had a motion and a second for the consent calendar. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Okay, action items. Action item 1.1A. May I have a motion to approve community member and student appointments to board advisory committees?
So moved by Sophia.
All right, at this time, I have a very special introduction. I would like to introduce you all to community member Monica Rodriguez. She is a social worker with over 15 years of experience in the field. She holds a master's degree in social work. She is also a licensed clinical social worker and currently works as a psychiatric social worker with the Los Angeles Unified School District. Within LAUSD, she was on a school-based social worker who provided direct work to students, parents, and staff on mental health. Currently, she's in the role of consultant, providing support to parents and school staff on the issues related to mental health, school safety, implementation of evidence-based practices, and issues related to human relations, equity, diversity, and social justice. On her free time, she loves to spend time with her family, watch documentaries, and bake with her children. She's excited to begin working with the members of this committee to continue providing an excellent educational experience at ABC schools. And Monica, if I can have you come up to the mic to say a few words.
Hi, good evening. Thank you, Mr. Beach, for appointing me. I'm really excited. I didn't know I had to speak. I didn't plan anything or write anything down. I'm not the greatest at public speaking, but thank you so much for this opportunity. We've lived here in Cerritos for about 5-6 years now. We love the community. We love the schools. It's really great to raise your children here. My kids are at Juarez, so I'm just really looking forward to, engaging with the school district, learning more, and just kind of seeing how I can help, right? And bring my experience and my education and making the school environment better for our students.
Thank you, Monica.
Thank you.
Clerk Nishi, are there any public comments?
I do not see any.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Okay, now we'll take the informational item, and I want to check the title, Student Board Member Appointment. Clerk Nishi.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, actually, rather than me read the report, I'd rather have a student read the report, with your indulgence.
Sure.
Thank you. Please come forward and introduce yourself.
Hello.
Speak loud.
Hello, I'm Ryan.
I'm Caitlin.
So fellow board members, I'm bored, you're bored, but most importantly, we must create an effective school board.
With problems that only students and teachers can solve.
And solutions that only we can reach through the cooperation between each scholar and board member.
The establishment of a student board meeting can only be more necessary than ever.
With unsanitary environments within classrooms, the allocation of funds towards having 2 televisions within 1 classroom, and not enough voices being heard, in what ways are we meant to realize these problems that students were upset at without the implementation of the Student Board Council, where students of multiple school districts can have their voices heard?
The Student School Board will represent the student body on the Board of Education by responding to the beliefs, values, and priorities of the students. These members represent students by giving a preferable vote and attending all public meetings.
With over 19,540 students to account for, we require 1 student body that can summarize all of these voices that are being heard. Through the cooperation with other students, teachers, and board members, we can administer their ideas to further enhance the school system.
Nearly 180 days are being concentrated on having students learn, adapt, and enjoy. A student from NCAS states that the environment can affect the learning process by 10 to 15%, while other studies and the NCC home learning have reported that it can affect a student's process by 25%. Some things such as settings, light, noise, and even color can change the effectiveness that a scholar can consume information, so subtle changes can increase productivity.
Not only that, but by providing support and showing the direction for the future, putting in place an effective foundation, making sure students take accountability, and providing community leadership, it also gives students an opportunity to learn to represent and argue for their classmates and gain democratic skills. Having a student board, we can help the board to incorporate student voices in their district responsibilities, levitating students' perspectives on education policies, decisions that the board may not have ever thought about. This lets the board and make better decisions for the students.
Some students have reported having no toilet paper and being in an unsanitary atmosphere within restrooms and classroom. Some students also reported having little to no Wi-Fi, and with learning mainly being relying on technology, it is no wonder that having no Wi-Fi can affect people's learning. Without proper changes, these students can soon feel uncomfortable if these problems aren't heard. We should trust the students with more experience and knowledge with what's going on in their schools.
Once the member is selected, it is important to train them. The members should be trained to understand the role of the board as a collective body and its limitations, and also know that the board are policymakers over the board curricular, but not over the specific actions of each person.
Responsibility and power is shared among the board as a whole, not individually. So we encourage them to cooperate with each other and the superintendent to make the best decisions for everyone. However, there are some cons in having a student school board. For example, a study from the Reaching Higher NH organization based on education has reported that 48.3% agreed that adults at the school listen to student suggestion, and 45.7% agreed that students have a voice in decision-making at school. Students are also infamous for having a temper. Of course, not all teenagers have this, but it should not be overlooked. If you decide to implement a school board, then there are some ways to elect the members. One way is getting elected or appointed by a student council or other school groups. For example, the Bellflower School District has the students write an essay, and those essays are voted on by the student body, showing effective measures appointing for students who are responsible, determined, and can fulfill their duties as a representative for the students. The amount of students appointed for the student board can also vary. For example, some can have one student represent the whole student body, or they can have one student represent each grade. Of course, there are many different ways to elect school members, and it is the school board's choice on what method they want to use.
So fellow board members, as the saying goes, yesterday was history, tomorrow is a mystery, but today is the present, which is why it's called a gift. And this gift must be the opinions and viewpoints that the students can finally be apprehended by today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Clerk Nishii.
So is there any public comment? Okay, then I'll make a quick comment.
Yeah, please.
So I think we've seen examples of students going up to the podium and being pretty articulate and being able to express their specific needs. And although us as board members, when we go to schools, we see some portion of the school, we're not there every day. We don't get the real experience of what the students have. And I think that they're the best ones to articulate what that is. How we do it, we can always put limits. We can say 5 minutes, 10 minutes, whatever we want. It's up to the discretion of the board. But I know we have a student school board already in our bylaws where they come, but they don't sit with us. They give us a read report, and it's nice to hear those reports, but it's not what it is down on the ground, I think. And I think that's the critical aspect that we miss when we don't have a dialogue with the people that are standing over there. We can ask questions, but when they leave, we lose the input. And I think that's an important aspect. Again, we can select, we can hire them like we would appoint a board member, and we can have the right to remove as well. There's many different ways that we can do this. This can be something that will be a positive for all of us. It could be actually maybe even a time saver, I think. So the negative, obviously, is that students are busy. And, they have finals. And they don't always have time to read through thick reports like this, every agenda. And it requires an attention to detail, I think. And some students may not have that maturity. But I think out of the 19,000 students that we have, or 18,000 students, I think we could find one that would have the maturity, ability, and intellectual rigor that could address the issues and represent the student aspect of this. We represent the parents, we represent the seniors, we represent the administrators, we represent the teachers, and we represent the students, but we're not a student. So that's my comment, and I'd like to hear the input from other board members.
Thank you, Clerk Nishii. Are there any other board members wishing to make comment? All right, Dr. Yuenyo.
I just had a question. involvement of the government? Is this a non-voting role or voting role?
So even if they had a voting role, it would be a preferential vote only. They can't have a determinative effect. So it would just be their opinion. Or this board or body could decide that they don't have a vote, but at least they get to ask questions. Ask questions that we sometimes don't ask.
Would this position be redundant with the student board representatives? And we have roles, we have the representatives, we have already public comments, we have communication through email, also student surveys. Would this role be redundant already?
So I'm thinking that we have student reports, and that's nice. And we spend about, I don't know, 10 minutes with those reports, and they're very valuable, I understand that. But they're basically read to us, and we can just read that in our free time if we have that. Somebody could prepare a report like that, and that's not a problem. What I think we need is a separate potential person who sits there and asks questions. And we can, again, limit it. We don't have to have them, they could be like other board members, they don't ask a lot of questions, or they could be very engaging. I don't think it would appreciably add to our burdens, and again, we can put limits on it.
So if we were to choose a senior, every year that senior leaves, we would have to retrain another one.
It's most likely that'd be the case.
That's all I have, Mr. President.
Thank you. Dr. Rios.
Thank you. I think I would support this idea because as I sit in the Diversity, Unity, and Equity Committee, and we have a representation of voices throughout the district of students, it's very powerful. And, you know, given that we sit up here and make decisions that impact them, I think it would be important to have their voice be part of the discussion. So I would be open to considering it.
Thank you. Okay, Sue, you.
Thank you, President Beach. Just practically, I think that we already have the two student representatives that represents each school. Instead of one student, we have two students from each high school that's represented, and we can just integrate, maybe instead of doing the public, instead of reading the paper, maybe they can bring their concerns, you know, during that time that's allocated to them. And since we have different schools coming each board meeting, I think practically that would represent the entire district instead of, you know, one student.
Thank you. Okay, we're coming back around. Vice President Say.
Thank you, President. You know, I like the idea of talking about empowering engagement with the student and the board, but there are times that still, I mean, we have a really good program that what we have right now. We do have ASB, right, in each school. Am I right? The president, the ASB in our high school and junior high school have this kind of a great team, because I remember my son was ASB and the president talked to student. Anything concerned, they will have meeting with the principal. And I also know the ASB also sometimes get together. Am I right? I think we need to work on the system what we have right now. So that the student, I mean, I really want to have something like, we're talking about communication, then we talk about chain command. The reason I say if the student have any concern, they should follow the chain command to school, talk to site council, then go up to the principal if they have the concern. The whole thing is we want a student to have direct communication. Am I right? So I was looking in the past. I looked one of the Beltran school district. They have a student representative that's positive, but some other school has some issues there. The student understanding about the board policy, board information, and interpret the wrong way, that really create a lot of issue for the board. I think this is going to be, I don't really support right now, because I think since we're not exactly sure what we want to do, to have the student participate. Don't take me wrong. I know it's a good idea, and I see some school district have done already this matter. But I really think we need to look into what we have right now instead of, like you mentioned about taking the student time away from their school. It does, because they're going to be here for almost like 5 hours sometimes, up to 10:30, affect the student learning time. And I am concerned about that. That's really the thing. But again, I'm asking my colleague here to into consideration in the future. Maybe we'll bring back again, but when we're ready, because we don't really know when they're allowed to do what you can allow them to, when they cannot. It's really confusing here. So I asked my colleague to hold down this one, but we also need to go back to school and find out what is ASB doing right now, and how do they have direct communication with the school if there's some issues here, or how do we communicate the changes related to the student? Because I do know you principal will send an email to the student and talk to ASB staff. Student. Work on some issue that they have in the school. I hope we do have this kind of direct communication in our every school, every high school, junior high school, and maybe we can work from there first, and then meanwhile we're looking into the student representative until we really identify really what we need and how we're going to have them to be here with us. Then we put out the agenda to vote for. I suggest that to hold out for a little while.
Clerk Nishii.
So I fully understand that we have these issues that we have. They're not all going to be solved, but this is not rocket science. There's other school districts have done this extremely successfully in the past, and they are continuing to do so. I think, but I think having somebody sitting over there is not the same as having somebody sit over there. And I think that ASB is one type of entity that is very valid for the school life as they sit. But if we actually asked a student, what do you think of AYA, or what do you think of YMCA, we might actually hear an answer. And they might ask questions that we may not want them to ask, but I think that's what a school board member sometimes does. They may not have all the research. They may not read this whole agenda. And just like us, they may not have time to be here the entire session. I get that. We all have lives. But I think that we can find one school board member out of the 19,000 kids that is mature, that we can interview, and that we can vet, and that we can, they will understand their portion and their role and their responsibilities of representing people, not just their own thoughts, but also what they represent in terms of students, their specific, unique perspective. And I think I'm confident in our staff to be able to put this forward. We're not going to be breaking any boundaries. We're going to be just following the footsteps of LAUSD. We'll be following the footsteps of BUSD, Fullerton Unified School District, Irvine Unified School District. Irvine Unified School District I think of as a very successful school district. I'd like to follow the model of a successful school district, and I think we can look forward to putting an action item on, defined by staff, and we can discuss. It doesn't have to be right away. It may take more than one meeting as to how we set up the parameters of this particular situation. So I don't say that the next meeting we have an action item and the next meeting after that we have a school board member. No, that's not how it works. We would have a meeting, we would discuss it, we'd get some community input, get some student input. If we don't get student input, that also tells us something. So I'm willing to take, I think we are at a point in our district, we've already thought about it. I think we could take that next step forward. I think that would be a bold step that's just following the footsteps of other successful school districts. So, thank you.
Okay, back to Vice President Say.
Thank you. I'm looking at the advisory committee things we have here. Right now, we do have a student representative already. The titles has been there already. If you can go back to page 98, on the left side, appointment by, those people called student representative there. Each committees we have a student representative. And we also have a meeting when they come here. We have the school board the student come here from, every board meeting we have student representative from that school rotated. Can we, instead of reinventing new wheels, can we look into say, hey, maybe we can invite all the representatives come to the meeting, then they'll represent for every single school, not just represent for that school only. And they can, if they have some issue, they can be represented for that. And, or they can tell the staff a little earlier, say, we have some issue for that school, they like to join the meeting with us, the student representative. That would be perfect. instead of making another, create another position there. I think I don't know, just complicated. I mean, again, the student back there, I want to thank you so much for you coming tonight. I mean, presented this. This is, I like it. Empower, engage, get you guys engaged with the board here. This is a good idea, but we also have a student representative for the committee, and we also have a student representative on each board meeting will only represent for that school. So there is position there in our district already. And how are we going to be utilized to the maximum what they can be to represent every single student? So maybe we can look into say, I remember we used to have all the students came here and represent for each school. That would be really great. Because you do have ASB, that's what ASB usually comes here to represent. And you mostly talk to them, am I right? Talk to ASB, am I right? Most people want to listen and talk. So again, we need to identify this student representative, really need to be make it clear because we have so many roles here already. It's going to be confusing the board. That's how I look at it.
Thank you, Vice President Say. I'd like to ask a question and have a comment. Dr. Zietlow, did we check with legal counsel on this item? And if so, is it their opinion that our current processes are legal and follow Senate Bill 261?
Yes, so we did talk with legal counsel about this item. We do follow the process, and currently our student board representatives who come and give reports and their alternates are elected through the ASB process at their school site. They are also, each time that we put out an agenda, they are given a copy of the agenda with the reminder, because they have the training at the beginning of the year. If there's an item they want to speak on or vote on, they're able to do that. And we've set it up so that they could share their thoughts digitally with us so they don't have to come for a late night. And so we've been using that process. It meets the legal requirements of what the law is asking.
Okay, thank you. We currently have 2 representatives from all 5 high schools and our adult school. It's inclusive of all of our schools and gives 10 voices of different races and sexes. All current representatives are given board agendas, as Dr. Zietlow mentioned, and can speak on any agenda item. In my opinion, limiting it to 1 student would be exclusive. I can appreciate what Clerk Nishii's intentions are, but I think we should keep it the way it is at this time. All right, I'll go back to Clerk Nishii.
And so I don't argue the legality of what we have currently. That's not even an issue. Of course, we have a legal procedure that we've had vetted. The issue is the organic nature of it. How we select, if it's just one person that's sitting here, or whether we have it changing. In the 5 years that I've been on the board, I've never seen the school board member supposedly sitting over there feel like an equal to us up here and ask a question on any specific item. After the report, they're gone. And so they're not really part of the process. It's facially, or maybe legally, it's acceptable. I want a real person with real input rather than reading a script. I mean, I try to tell them don't read a script, but they usually read a script and they're good students and I expect that. But I definitely do crave to have, however you decide, whether you have a committee member do it, that would be fine. I just think that where you put the student is a big deal. If you put them in the audience, that is not the same as sitting right here or where the superintendent sits, right? Where actually our secretary sits as well. How we treat somebody and where they sit, you know, a judge sits higher and the people who are the people looking for a judgment sit lower. I would like us to treat students as if they are the main thing and they can make their own opinions, not just in a script, not something scripted that's probably read by probably by the principal in advance. I think they can have their own thoughts, and I've seen people at the podium give great opinions, so I think we're ready, but you know, I will go with however we feel. I would like to have this as an action item for us to have further ideas in terms of whether we really want to have organic and real student input.
Okay. Thank you, Clerk Nishii. I think we've heard arguments on both sides. Is there consensus to put this on the agenda? Are we going to do a roll call? I've kind of heard equal comments.
Ernie,
Now-
you want to make a motion then?
He's making the motion to put it on the agenda. Is there a second? Okay, Natalie, roll call, please.
Dr. Eugenio?
No.
Dr. Rios? Yes. Mrs. Yu?
No?
Mr. Beach?
No.
Mrs. Say?
No.
Mr. Nishi?
Yes.
Motion fails 2-4.
Okay, thank you. Okay, action item 1.2A. May I have a motion to approve request to contract with Los Angeles Institute for Right Brain Practices and Research, Inc. to provide consultant services at 2 elementary schools to enhance the student support services plan, training, and of collaboration with staff and other educational partners for the 22-23 and 23-24 school years.
Motion approved, Eugenio.
Second by Sophia.
Dr. Castro.
Thank you. This contract is coming to us from our equity officer to contract with LARP. As you may know, several of our schools have experienced high chronic absenteeism and have been identified for additional targeted support improvement. This company is part of the plan for some of our school sites to support with that, to ensure that our students feel connected and engaged and have a welcoming environment. They help support staff, parents, and leadership at the school site with practices that would support behavior regulation and connections with caring adults. It includes parent presentations, culture team meetings that include parents, community members, as well as teachers and students, monthly check-in, teacher professional learning, scholar circles, discussions of alternative means of correction, and teacher support.
Okay, thank you. Any board comments? Dr. Rios.
I mean, we're always looking for programs that are that magic bullet, sort of, and it sounds like this program is really exciting, and so I would just advise our staff to really monitor, and if it is a program that does provide outcomes, then to let us know so that maybe we can expand it to more schools. I like that we're starting with 2, so shouldn't be too hard to monitor and track progress. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rios. Board Member Suyu.
So this is a company that's Institute for Right Brain. So it's a little bit confusing. What's the service? What kind of service does it provide?
So they're
The mental health
consultant.
or-
No, they're a combination of consultant services to look at behavior practices at a school site and culture engagement. So they're not mental health services, but they're there to address the safety, behavioral, and social emotional needs of students by working with the staff, the parents, the community, to talk about what does your community need in order for students to feel welcome at the school site and therefore have them feel more engaged so that they're more willing to come to school, so we decrease our chronic absenteeism. And it also provides teachers with support systems that are specific to some of the needs that they're experiencing at their particular school site, because as we know, post-pandemic, there's been some extreme situations happening with some of our students, and they vary from school to school. So this consultant services customizes the support for that particular school site and for that community.
So this is for the 2 elementary schools?
Yes, these
Yeah.
2 elementary schools.
And did the principals express the need of this kind of services?
Yes, the principals expressed interest, and that is why we began with these 2 voluntary elementary schools.
I see. So Melbourne and Stowers, they expressed the need. And it's coming from the LCFF.
Yes, correct.
Okay. Because LCFF, yeah, I mean, so it's not really directly going to the students. I mean, I would like to see money going directly to the students, but this is going to the consultants. And we already have mental health professionals. So I'm a little bit, kind of wary. That's just my personal opinion, yeah.
Okay, any more board comment? The only question I had, Dr. Castro, was were all elementary schools given the opportunity to apply for this?
Sorry, I had difficulty with my mic. I would have to double check on that for you. I know that there may be some additional school sites interested, but I do know that there was training with the LARP group through the LA County Office of Education. Several of our administrators and site leaders attended, and that through that work, our equity officer worked with these two Pacific school sites that wanted to move forward at this time. So I'll have to get back to you on whether the others were offered because it depended on the budget and also depends on their school plans and what their focus areas are.
Okay, I did see in the agenda report that these two volunteered. I just wanted to know if others asked for it and how we selected these two. And I agree with Dr. Rios, if we can monitor this closely, if it benefits our students, we can look to further it. Thank you. All those, any public comment? Clerk Nishii.
I don't see any.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Okay, 1 nay, so 5-1. Okay, item 2.6A, may I have a motion to approve the revised job title for Head Start Teacher Assistant 2 and Head Start Child Development Teacher Assistant 2?
Motion approved, Eugenio.
Second by Sophia.
Dr. Zietlow.
Thank you. So we have been working with our state in the CDE and our programs that overview what we do with our child development for state preschool as well as what we do with our infant centers. And there is a change that has happened where the staff who support teachers in that classroom for child development with state preschool as well as Tracy Infant Center will now have to have the same requirements as what we have in Head Start. And so what we're looking to do is just adjust the job title so that we can use the same job description when hiring Head Start Teacher Assistant 2s or Child Development Teacher Assistant 2s, and they will all be on the same pay scale.
Okay, thank you. Clerk Nishii, any public comment?
I don't see any.
Any board comment? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 6-0. 3.14A, may I have a motion to approve request to adopt the following textbooks: Adventures in Japanese, 4th edition, D Accord and Perspectives, 1st edition, Sogang Korean, 4th edition, Integrated Chinese, 4th edition, Conversational Tagalog, 1st edition, Beginning Tagalog, 3rd edition, Intermediate Tagalog, 1st edition, Tagalog Stories for Future Language Learners, and 1st edition for the 23-24 school year. Is there a motion?
Motion approved, Eugenio.
Second by Sophia.
Dr. Castro.
Thank you. As we have brought forward prior some other world language books, here we're bringing you the second set. There's been an extensive committee that's been looking at this, and these are usually involves the input of the teachers who are working in these areas. In addition, we did put out recommendations for public comments from this in terms of advertisements in our local newspaper as well.
Okay, thank you. Clerk Nishii, any public comment?
I don't see any.
Board discussion, we'll start with Vice President Say.
Thank you, Say. Hi, Dr. Carroll. Just a quick question. You say it was approved by the English as a second language. Those teachers get involved with this textbook?
No, these are our world language teachers.
Voted by the teacher?
World language teachers, yeah. They review the books, make recommendations, and work with our staff.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Clerk Nishii.
So I can't read the Chinese section, but I did read the other section. I know that the Japanese section is basically the same book they've had since my daughter's been going to school. So in this case, I have to trust the process, and the process seems to work seems like they're pretty good books. That's it.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 6-0. 3.15A, may I have a motion to approve request to adopt the following textbooks titled The Center Cannot Hold, My Journey Through Madness, 1st edition, Best Practices in Psychiatric Rehabilitation, 2nd edition, Community Mental Health, Challenges for the 21st Century, 3rd edition, Programming Logic and Design, Introductory, 9th edition, Arts of the Andes, From Chavin to Inca, 3rd edition, for the dual enrollment programs at Cerritos High School and Artesia High School for the 23-24 school year.
So moved by Sophia.
Eugenio, second.
Dr. Castro.
In continuing to expand our dual enrollment options for students, our early college program will now be entering its, I believe, third year of implementation. And so these books represent additional partnership efforts with Cerritos College as part of our CCAP agreement, which include mental health services pathways at Cerritos High School and Chicano studies at Artesia High School as part of their early college program that will begin in fall of 2024. As part of our CCAP agreement, the professors do pick the books because that is part of the college's right to select the books. The district reviews the books, puts them out for public review, and brings it to the board for your approval today.
Clerk Nishii, any public comment?
I don't see any.
Any board discussion? Clerk Nishii.
Yes, these books are very mature, and I like some of the areas that they go over. They will go over issues of homelessness and cultural competence and very, very adult themes. And I think our kids, I have a lot of faith in our kids. I think they can handle it, and so I'm glad that we don't cater down, but we bring them up. And so I didn't have a ton of time to read through these books, unfortunately, but what I was able to read through, it seemed to be a good choice.
Thank you, Clerk Nishii. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 6-0. 4.11A, may I have a motion to approve bid award ABC 1618 Carmenita Middle School modernization to Paul C. Miller Construction, Inc., DBA Miller Construction as lowest responsive and responsible bidder.
Motion approved, Eugenio.
Is there a second?
Second by Sophia.
Clerk Nishii, any public comment?
I don't see any.
Any board discussion? Vice President Say.
Thank you. Tuan, this project will be, I'm sorry. This project was starting on when, during the summertime or what? And when's the finish date?
Correct. It will start this summer, and the projected finish date will be December of next year, 2024.
Wow.
So that is correct.
So it's going to be affected during when there's school time.
Yes, but we will have interim housing. We will try to work around the students to provide least disruptive. That's priority number one. In talking with the school and of course the teachers, we will ensure that the construction, of course, will be heavy during the summer, and that during the school year it will be least disruptive to the students.
If they come during the school time, do they have like ID, everything checking by the staff?
All those
this
safety
is a
measures
safety issue.
are in place.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you, sir.
Mhm.
Thank you, President.
Okay, thank you. Okay, all those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 6-0. Informational items, results of site visits, reviews, and uniform complaint data for the 22-23 second and third quarter. Dr. Zietlow.
Thank you. As you can see from the review and information shared by LA County Office of Education, for this quarter, the report is in front of you. We had no complaints that we had to resolve, and so everything was good, and we continue to have our facilities in the right order and the materials and the things we need for our students.
Thank you, Dr. Zietlow. All right, moving on to board member reports. Dr. Eugenio.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to take this opportunity to wish all the mothers and grandmothers in our district a happy belated Mother's Day. I'd like to express my gratitude to all the mothers everywhere who have loving hearts and healing hands, and for the countless blessings you have brought into our lives. Motherhood is a sacred work, a sacred trust, and mothers, through your service, God shows his love for all his children. Mothers, thank you for all you do and all you continue to do. May God bless you all and keep you well.
Thank you, Dr. Eugenio. Clerk Nishii.
Yeah, I'll be really quick. Got to go to Cerritos Open House. That was great. Beauty and the Beast, Anissa and Thina do great shows. The parents, this is part of what is so great. The parents built this great backdrop, practically professional. It just kind of shows. I mean, when you watch the show, half the time you're watching the parents, half the time I watch the kids. But you watch the parents so proud of their kids, it's just, that's the biggest part of it. The Kennedy show is another thing. You know, all those little kids in Charlie Brown outfits and the custodian who was, I guess, promoted, but just because he went back to the school to perform for the kids, and they all love him, and he's just, he's part of that school culture. So that's another thing about the parents. If you look at the stands were packed, and it was just an amazing performance. Lille had a biomes program that was very cool, also done by, I think that was done by Miss Improda. Also amazing that a teacher would come back from retirement to go and teach our kids, and I guess she doesn't stay retired for too long, so that's probably a good thing for us. employee breakfast was great, and listening to the Scott Smith's comedy show. Oh, wait, maybe not. That wasn't the best part of it. Let me tell you a joke. No, I won't go there. We had the middle school track meet. That was where I got to put up some signs for the Optimist Club, and there's Dr. Zietlow giving awards, signing things up, and pointing things out. And it's kind of amazing. This year was Tetzloff, and I don't know if you're going to get to do that next year. We'll see. You might be busy as superintendent. Yes?
I've been doing the track meet and writing on the board for about 10 years.
It doesn't look like she's given up that job. What do you guys think? Elementary STEM was on the same day, right across the way. I got to go to see that. That was amazing. I thought my day was going to be over, but apparently there's this great 50s Dance for Life Academy prom, which I got invited to. And this is for kids with extensive support needs. And the mission's this is a great mission, right? Can you think of any better mission? The mission to provide inclusive spaces for students to access high school experience alongside their other typically developing peers. Not less, just alongside the other people. And I saw real happiness. I mean, I saw a transformed gym. I didn't think of it as a gym. I thought I was back to the 50s. There were some volunteers that brought cars from the 50s, and that's our community. They don't necessarily have a kid in the school district, but they felt strong enough to come out on a Saturday, sit out with their cars to create ambiance for kids that they don't always have all those opportunities. So and so kudos to the persons who made that happen, and thank you for being invited, because that's a real privilege to be able to do that. Just around the corner, I thought I was going to go home early. My wife thought I was going to go home early. Nah. I ended up going to this Cerritos dance team. And again, packed parents. I mean, there's professional level banners and just amazing performances. And again, half the time I'm looking at the performance, that's awesome. But the other half the time you look at the parents, their pride, their love, their dedication, their everything, all their volunteering, all that's paying off by what they see in front of them. Print and Copy did a beautiful stage thing, and that was just amazing. All of this is kind of disjointed, so I apologize. My last thing is that students and parents and history is important. And so that's why I have a third annual scholarship to all ABC students offered. This year we're going to do video as well. So it's going to be essay, art, and video. No AI, please. You know, we don't want AI chat or anything. Express how you can change the world. I don't think of them as, I think of them as people that will be changing the future and that will today change the future. That's why we're all here. And so I think these essays, these art, these videos, they bring it home that they're not just waiting for their future to begin. Their future starts now, and they can start getting those scholarships and expressing themselves and making ourselves a better future than the one we had in the past. We learn from our mistakes, and that's what's great about our country, that we can do that. So thank you, Mr. President.
Dr. Rios.
Thank you. I was mentioned earlier, I attended the Artemis event by NASA and was really excited and surprised to hear about the role that we as Californians play in the space program. And I'm super excited to know, and I believe that the next astronaut will absolutely come from maybe one of our local school districts like ours. I also attended the Beauty and the Beast, and a special thanks to Tatiana Yokoyama, a parent at Leo, who reached out to me personally and was like, you know, come out and see this play, and I did, and it was awesome. It's really nice to see our students who have so much talent, put it on display, so I did that. I unfortunately missed the Congressman Robert Garcia's visit to ABC, but absolutely appreciate his efforts to work with ABC and look forward to a partnership, and again, it was really impressive to see him come out and want to hear and see firsthand, you know, our educational system. Lastly, I want to acknowledge and appreciate our educators, and may we celebrate a lot of very important people. As was mentioned earlier, we celebrate Mother's Day, celebrate Teacher Appreciation Week, which, you know, is an opportunity for us to acknowledge the work that our educators do each and every day. So we talk a lot about it in here. It's harder than ever to be an educator. And so for of us that are still in it, you know, hooray to you and hats off, especially to our teachers who are, of course, our frontline. So with that, I will end my report. Thank you for all you do.
All right, Vice President Say.
I'm so glad when you mentioned about mother, nurse, and educator. You know, I have all three. I'm a mother and grandma now. You know, all of a sudden, for about within 4 years, I become promoted 4 grandkids now. And they all live in Cerritos. They're all going to come back in here. But I know. But the funny thing is, I do want to say thank you, teachers. Thank you, nurses. And thank you. Oh, thank you. Yeah. And thank you, the mother. You know, I think for kids, when we take the kids to school, most of the time whose role is a female, is a mother's role. Take your kids to school, after school program, you know, we're the one running around, we're the one working hard. That's why when you talk about celebrate Mother's Day, it's become a big issue. You see the flower, everything on the street. But when you talk about celebrate Father's Day, I don't know, because usually you don't see them any flower or gift on the street, because definitely, I think the mother does definitely put more energy than the father. I have to say that. So happy belated Mother, Nurses, and Educator Day. On May 3rd, Wednesday, I attended NASA too. You know, come from a strong aerospace family. My brother-in-law, my sister-in-law, and my husband all work in aerospace for over 35 years. My husband retired from they all retired from the aerospace. So when our former mayor, George Ray, invited us to go there, I said, I gotta go. Unfortunately, my husband said, I'm retired, I'm closing, shut down manufacturing. And my husband was one actually designed the base of the shuttle when he's shooting up the sky. He was a design that, and he got an award that. And then I said, why don't you come to help us in Cerritos High School for that? No, Sophie, too much work to do, I had enough. So right now he promoted to become a grandfather. So that was a good one. And I took Lucas with me, which is my grandson, who's almost 3 years old, and he was so excited. He was so intent to listen to the presenter, and with our President Beach daughter, and she was so nice and give a little gift to the Lucas. He was so excited. He said, Grandma, you see this one? I got this one. I say, thank you to her, and then President Beach daughter say, you're welcome, you're so cute. You know, you can see the little kids also enjoying, and I really want to thank him to invite everyone, not just us, the board, invite the children and our high school kids to be there. I also invite a couple high school kids to be there to listen to what's happening, what's the new world, what's going to be changing. And I was so excited, and I wrote a couple things down. I asked my husband. He said, I didn't know there's new things coming out. So it's a good thing. I want to thank you, former mayor of Cerritos, George Ray. You are such a generous person. Provide this program to us, also to our high school students. It's going to be changing their life. We can see that. Well, I also attended Building a Biz. I brought 2 grandkids with me. That was a challenge for me. It was a big challenge. First half they sat so well there, and then second half they started talking. We need to go home, Grandma. So I left almost like close to the second half. But I want to thank you people who invited me too. The beauty piece, it was so beautiful. The performance, I can tell they spent so much time. I saw this, I think TK, one of the kids, so tiny in the front. She would dance. She wore the dance shoes and dance and perform. And you know, this is what we need to our kids to be nowadays. Not just only academic, but other music, the dance. I mean, I was just so surprised me. I watch, and I came home, talked to my daughter-in-law. I said, you need to move your house. I mean, right now they live in Hermosa Beach. I said, you need to move your kids, which is my grandkids, to our Cerritos ABC district, because really the program we have right now compared to other districts, because attending their program over there is not as great as we are here. I want to thank you, staff, working so hard. And I do know that Leo, they're expert on the music, right, and art. And I want to thank you, our board clerk, Mr. Nishi, really was put a lot of energy into that school too for that matter. What else? The track meet, that was my favorite one. I missed it. And employee breakfast is my favorite one. I mostly don't miss that, and I miss this too, because my job was so busy and teaching college. That day I was tutoring. Actually, I tutoring bunches of kids at our Compton College, the kids who needs pass the grade. So I choose tutoring the program over there. So I want to apologize to the public, which is next month, I'll be good. Because that next 2 months, I'll be free, and I will do all as much I can to participate in our district program. I definitely want to say, Dr. Zillow, I'm here, call me. I will be there. I want to thank you. Natalie also sometimes call me, reminds me some of the program we have. I want to thank you. And that day, so I called Natalie. How can you tell me, reminds me? He said, oh, I was in the office. I was not able to come out. But I do want to encourage all our board members here, all the program that staff has presented to us or the school. Please join as much as we can to support our staff. I think that's one of the board responsibility to support the district needs. I'm guilty, so I will be more motivated, just like our board clerk Nishi did the past couple of days. I want to thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, President.
Thank you. Board Member Sue Yu.
Thank you. I really appreciated getting a glimpse into NASA's space shuttle. Thank you, President Beach, for sharing the tickets, entrance tickets with us board members. And thank George Ray for bringing this to Gar High School. And on that note, it is so important that, we prepare our students and strengthen their math and science. And that is why I am an advocate of, using some of these funds, whether it's LCFF or ELOC or whatever the money we got from COVID to provide. I know that ABC does really make the most of what we have. We're really good at that. I mean, we have Tuan as our CFO, so it's good. But I'm a little bit wary of consultants. I think we have enough of the mental health. We have the what is multi-MSS, So I like to see the money go directly to the students. Like YMCA last board meeting, we broke it down, and it was like $1,000 per student, which is not really a lot of money. Yeah, and that's why $5 million is a lot, but $1,000 per student is not. And just hearing what the benefits the kids received, it sounded really good. But if we can even kind of tweak the fund so that it could be used more for tutoring, I think I would like to see that, whether it be YMCA or other competitive organizations. And parents, noticed there were a lot of single parents, and I know that LCFF and some of these funds do directly should be going towards those families. So I would like to see that. And finally, I'm just going to take a few more minutes. I have the clock right there. If we can get out by 9:30. I don't know if that's possible, but I mean, thank you, Board Member Dr. Eugenio, for bringing up Mother's Day. I mean, I gave birth to 4 daughters. And I think that with everything in my life, ministering for almost 25 years, running a business, and being on the board, I think being a mom, giving birth to 4 daughters was huge. That's probably, I would say I am most proud of that. And I feel privileged. And we're the only one who can give birth, biological females. And it's a privilege. And we carry our babies in our womb for 9 months, 10 months. And that's why we have maternal instinct. And, we stay up couple nights when the babies are sick. That's mother for you. And that's why moms will literally go to the gates of hell to save our kids, whether they're adult child or teenager. That's mom. So happy Mother's Day to everyone, even though it's belated. So thank you. That is all.
Okay. All right, moving on to announcements. The next regular board meeting will be Monday, June 5th at 7 p.m. here in the district boardroom. Tomorrow night, we have our first School Facilities, Capacities, and Declining Enrollment Board Advisory Committee at 6 p.m. here in the district boardroom. So please come out for that. District Unity Equity, DUE Committee is May 18 at 6 p.m. Strategic Planning Board Committee is May 23rd at 6 p.m. Finance and Audit Committee, May 24th at 6 p.m. Citizens Oversight Committee, May 30th at 6 p.m. And the Legislative Policy Board Advisory Committee will be May 31st at 6:30 p.m., all here in the district conference room, except the strategic planning is at Cabrillo Lane. Dates to remember, Memorial Day is May 29th. All schools will be closed. Clerk Nishi, do we have any second public comments?
I don't see any.
Okay. Well, before we adjourn, I'd like to congratulate Dr. Zietlow on her first successful board meeting of many. Thank you. Okay. And now we can move to adjournment.
So moved by Sophia.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Meeting's adjourned, Sue, at 9:27.